Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. My name is Goody Thomas, joining Forrest Fox. Absolutely gorgeous morning. First pilot in the advanced category just flew. Stan Moe. We're in the team selection flight for the United States Advanced Aerobatic Team. Nice cool weather, no wind. We've got 18 pilots to go. Next pilot up on the list, flying a Zivco Edge 540, is Alexander Coates. He'll be flying sequence C. These pilots are allowed to choose which 3 unknown sequence they'd like to fly. Alexander is flying sequence C. I have the sequences in front of me. I'll be calling them live as we go throughout the flight. Judges are set up. Spectacular morning. Each pilot's allowed a warm-up figure prior to commencing the sequence. It's like Alexander's chosen to do a pull, pull, pull Humpty. You'll see the 2-point roll, check his belts, check continuity of flight controls, and back to upright as he climbs up to altitude. Edge 540 built by Zivco. Been around for quite some time, the longtime national aerobatic champion back in the late 90s, early 2000, famous Kirby Chambliss made the Edge 540 what it is today. All right, here we go. Alexander Coates, Edge 540 in the free known. 3/4 roll on the vertical upline, pulling around into a double Humpty. Should have a half roll down. On the left side of the box, pulling around the bottom of the double Humpty to complete figure 1 as he lays out inverted. Coming back across the box, this flight is especially important on positioning for the judges. Figure 2 is going to be a 2 of 4, opposite, 1.5 inside snap. There's 1, 2, this has got to be to the right, 1.5, nice stop, pull it back around, half loop down, a 4-point roll on the bottom. Looking for 4 points. 1, 2, 3, and 4 into figure, excuse me, into figure 3 is a hammerhead, 1/4 roll up. 1/4 roll. He chose the 1/4 roll to the left, which is fine. Edge 540 all the way up, full left rudder. Around he goes, 3/4 inside flick. This has to be to the right. Correctly done. Nice stop. Holds his line. Into figure 4. This is a wheels down tail slide. The pilot's going to fly vertical, setting his vertical line, looking off the left wing. Slowly pull the power back, a little forward cheat, so the airplane slides with the wheels sliding down. Correctly done. Moving into figure number 5. This will be right box. Not much wind right now. The pilots have very good control of where they're going to place the figures. A 45 Humpty, 2 of 4 points on the 45 Humpty, push to the vertical for a hammerhead turnaround. All right, this will be a big negative push. We're going to see the pilot exit this hammerhead with a push. You're talking 5, 6 negative Gs. Here we go. Hooker Hunter's is holding him to seat, pushing around the corner. Nicely done in the figure 6. A lay down Humpty, push to 45 degrees. 4 of 8 points of an 8-point roll. 2, 3, 4, maintaining that 45-degree line, pushing around. Negative Gs are going to be coming back on the body. Maintain the 45-degree angle. Set the line, a 2-point roll. 1, 2, nicely done. End of figure. We're going into figure 7, is a square loop, an outside square loop. Pushing hard. Push on the top, we see a full inside flick. The pilots need to have enough energy to execute an inside snap roll. Where's his inside snap roll? He's trying to get speed. There it is, bobble, reduction down. Here's a big push right here, around that corner. And he's got to close this figure, which means he's got to continue along before he starts another figure to make the line links the same as the top and the bottom. Looks like he did that in the figure number 8. It's a connector figure, a push, pull, pull, Humpty bump. Again, this is sequence C. Alexander has chosen as he pulls that edge 540 around in the connector figure number 8. We're going to be going into figure 9. It'll happen quick as he comes back across the box to the south. It's going to be a double roll. Half loop up, 3 of 2 at the top. Here's your double roll. Quickly pull around half loop into a 3 of 2 half rolls. 1, 2, 3. Correctly done. This is the push wedge, push 45, half inside flick. This will happen quick. Sets the line, soft flick. Push around, high G, high negative G, pushing him out of that airplane. He's going to set the vertical up, 2 of 8 points on the 8, 2. Cap off upright. It's going to be coming to the judges into a 3-roll roller to the outside. Very challenging figure. There's half. He's got to finish back on the x-axis. There's 1 full roll. There's half. He's going to the outside. So far, so good. 2 full rolls. You got to complete 1 more and complete it on the x-axis. Pull, pull, pull around. And nicely done. Okay. Pilot number 2, Alexander Coates, just flying the Edge 540 in figure sequence number C. Up next is Mike Ciliberti, flying the new Extra 330 SX, flying sequence G. Mike, a longtime competitor from the Northeast area, professional corporate pilot. Mike's been flying aerobatics for well over 30 years. And I just got told possibly we could have a glider next. I'm just checking my paperwork. So Mike will be the next powered pilot, but we possibly could have a glider pilot up next. Okay, I just got informed the glider is next. I'm checking my programs to see if I have any glider sequences. Again, last day of the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. It's been an awesome week. Been some fantastic flying. We are in the advanced category, free unknown flight. And folks, believe it or not, got some exciting news, possibly could be taking place. I know you would love to hear his voice. The one and only Michael Goulian arrived here yesterday, shaking hands, greeting people. That wonderful Mike Goulian smile might be joining me for some announcing this morning, which would be wonderful. Again, Michael, mainstay in aviation, aerobatics, ambassador to aviation. Mike will be here throughout the rest of the day, and then has to leave for other commitments. I hope Mike can join me this morning. Again, we're going to have a glider pilot next. My apologies for not having the glider sequence in front of me. After the advanced category finishes up this morning, we'll have the unlimited 4-minute freestyle. Always a lot of fun, smoke and music. All right, the glider's diving in. Spectacular morning for competition aerobatics. Beautiful glider. It's like a half roll, half loop down. Pulling to 45 degrees, excuse me, 30 degrees. 30 degrees for the gliders as he does that beautiful half roll. On a lay down Humpty, it looked like. United States Air Force Academy cadets have been doing a fantastic job, led by Mark Maticola. We are extremely lucky to have all these young men and women with us, future of our Air Force. A beautiful 90-degree roller. As the glider pulls vertical, to a wheels down tail slide with a quarter roll coming down. Please, everybody just waking up, having that wonderful cup of coffee, or you've been up, send in questions. Be more than happy to answer them. There's a 30-degree half roll. It's like a reverse wedge. So graceful. Putting this glider through its paces. Shark's tooth. Ooh, push exit in that glider. Half roll to upright. Looks like a full roll to maybe finish off this sequence. Let's see what's up next. There are your wing wags. Again, folks, 2024 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships will be coming to a close later today. We finish off tonight with a award ceremony banquet. Been a fantastic week. Right now it's 56 degrees. It's very, very comfortable. It's going to get a little toasty today, on up to around 84, but very light winds. Right now, perfect weather for flying. We've got 18 powered advanced pilots vying for a spot on the U.S. Advanced National Aerobatic Team. Only 5 spots, so the pressure is on. Our judges' stations are out, set up. We have Our main judge, you have a caller / assistant and a recorder. All eyes are on these competitors. They put these aircraft through the paces today. Up next will be Mike Ciliberti flying the Extra 330SX. Mike's from the Northeast. Wonderful individual. Long time competitor, 30+ years in the sport. Mike is flying the new Extra 330SX. Walter Extra has designed the newest version for high-performance extra aircraft. Mike has experience in a wide variety of aircraft, MXs, Extras, Sukhois, corporate pilot when he's not upside down. Excited to watch Mike fly, very talented individual. Mike was a top 10 finisher last year in Las Vegas in the Advanced World Championships. See what Mike has in store for us today. Michael Ciliberti will be flying Sequence G. We have, it so appears, I'm looking at the list, maybe we've got pilots flying G sequence, C sequence, M, A, and N. So looks like 4 or 5 different sequences. The pilots have that option to pick the sequence which best helps them achieve scores that they think will take them to the next level for a spot on the United States Advanced Aerobatic Team as Mike pulls vertical for his safety or warm-up figure. Most pilots have been doing a pull Humpty. Again, spectacular. There's a half roll, belt check. Half rolled upright, spectacular morning for flying. Again, can't thank all the sponsors enough. Aurora Aero, MX Aircraft, Extra, MT Propeller, Northwest Insurance, Aircraft Spruce and Specialty, Ciliberti Aviation down in Palaca, Florida, David and Martha Martin, Fly Good Merch, the one and only Rob Holland, Guy Ashton, Marty Flournoy, Patty Wagstaff, 3-time U.S. National Aerobatic Champion, has a flight school down in Florida. And here comes Mike, flying Sequence G in that beautiful 330 SC. Figure 1 is a double Humpty, pull vertical, 3/4 roll. Mike's about 175 knots, and here we go. Mike pulls back vertical. To complete the double Humpty, he's going to lay out inverted. Half loop down, half roll. End of figure, he's going to push, lay down Humpty, 4 of an 8-point roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mike's holding that 45 line, looking off the left wing, making sure he's 45 degrees. He's going to start pushing over, picking up the ground. Here come the negative G's, trying to push Mike out of the airplane, but they're holding him tight for a 2 and to complete figure 3 into the half square up, half square push. For half inside. It's going to push all the way around. This is a upside down wedge. 2 of 8 points of an 8-point roll. Number 2, cap off upright. Into another double Humpty. Push down, half roll. Pull around. He's going to pull back around to close the second part of the double Humpty. Quarter roll down. Into figure 7, pull vertical, quarter roll up. There's his quarter roll. Hammerhead, turn around. Three-quarter inside snap to the right. So he's going the correct direction. He's in the left side of the box, coming back across the judges, setting up for a wheels down tail slide. It's like balancing a broom in the palm of your hand as the pilot slowly brings the power off and tries to get the airplane to perfectly slide backwards. The wheels have to fall down. The aircraft can pendulum. That's okay. That's not a deduction. Wings were square. Nicely done, Michael. Comes back across the box in the 45 hammer. Pull 45 degrees, 2 of 4. Push to vertical. You'll kick that left rudder. Pivot the aircraft all the way around. Set his vertical down line, checking his left sight device. It's going to be a big push around the corner. It's a push exit. Mike's feeling that this morning as he pushes around level into the square loop with the full inside snap roll on the top. Mike's pushing around, checking his sight, making sure he's square, getting off that line with enough energy to complete an inside snap. I can see a little wind starting to pick up, drifting towards the snap. Just enough energy to complete that snap. Mike's going to push down and then a push exit. Lots and lots of high G this morning for these advanced pilots. Pushing around, Michael's completing this square loop. Nicely done, Michael. Into a connector figure. Half roll. 5/8 of a loop down to 45 degrees, another half roll. As these pilots build these free unknown sequence, they're allowed 4 connector figures to link all the figures together that the pilots have submitted prior to flying this sequence. And he's setting himself up for figure 12. This is a 2 of 4, 1, 2, opposite 1.5 inside, correctly done, finish inverted. He's going to pull around, half loop down, 4-point roll on the bottom. Into figure, double roll. Oh, excuse me, 4-point at the bottom. He just finished that. There's your double roll. I got ahead of myself. Nicely done. Mike's right on track. As he pulls around the half loop, 3 of 2 on the top, setting himself up for the roller. 1, 2, 3. Now Michael's going to go into a 270 from the X-axis to the Y-axis. 3-turn roller to the outside. There's completion of 1. 2. And 3. End of sequence for Mike Ciliberti flying the 330SC. Next powered aircraft will be Darren Behm flying an extra 300S, flying sequence G also. Okay, I was just corrected. A glider will be coming up next. So glider will be flying next. Folks, again, leading down the 2024 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. My name is Goody Thomas, joined alongside Forrest Fox Production, bringing everybody at home this wonderful video coverage of the 2024 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. We're in the advanced category right now, finishing up 18 pilots, power and glider. This afternoon around 1 o'clock, we have the unlimited 4-minute freestyle. That's always a lot of fun to watch. Spectacular morning here in Salina, Kansas. All those wonderful sponsors that have helped us ever so much. Northern Plains Aerosport, Mahaska Bottling Company, Arizona Soaring, Bonehead Composites, Champion Aerospace, Hooker Harness, Lift Aviation. They have a wonderful stand set out up here for all you folks to come try on helmets, gloves, and shoes. Lift Aviation, Lightspeed Aviation, Blue Sky Brewery, a local brewery here in town. Chamber of Commerce has been outstanding to accommodate all of these pilots from all over the country as we have a glider coming in. There are your wing wags to signal the start of the sequence. Again, I do not have the glider sequences in hand. Beautiful hammerhead turnaround. Hanging by the belts upside down as this glider comes back through across the box. Still upside down. And looks like the glider is wing wagging. I'm not sure if they took a break. I don't have the sequence in front of me, or they're done. Okay. I believe the glider is going to be coming back in. I'm watching the judges. Seems as though everyone is waiting for the glider to come back around. They're headed south. Everybody watching, they're headed south, maybe getting reoriented to come back into the box. The winds are a little bit out of the north this morning. So, okay, the glider's coming back in, getting himself oriented. So you can see a little bit of rocking in his wings to signal to the judges they're going to restart, which is per protocol for glider and powered aerobats, getting speed and energy. Pulls that glider around, nose coming up, looks like a half loop, half roll on the top. And another half roll, those big wings coming around. So that was a half roll. Half loop down. Yes. Ever so graceful. Back to upright. And another aileron roll as the glider continues south. I believe the glider is done. The glider is done. Up next, we have a powered aircraft. So far, we've had Stan Moe fly, Alexander Coates, Michael Ciliberti. We've had 3 advanced pilots in the powered. Next up is Darren Behm. Darren's a Texas boy flying the 300S. He'll be flying sequence G. The way these pilots set these sequences up, they do a couple different methods to determine the order at which the pilots will submit their figures to a jury to then compose a sequence. Sometimes they use the order of finish after the first flight in the competition. Sometimes it's random draw, so all the pilots go into a briefing room. They all randomly draw numbers to see who will put the first figure on the board. The number 1 pilot submits their figure. There's a jury watching the pilot put their figure on the board to make sure it's a legal figure for the category that they're flying. Once the jury approves that figure, then it goes into a pool. They pick a series of figures. We'll call it 10 figures, and then those figures are then given to all the pilots once they've all been submitted and shown that they're legal figures for their category, and then the pilots have to go construct a sequence with those figures, linking them together. They're also allowed to use what we call connector figures, which are not very high difficulty figures, but these figures help the pilots connect where you can go from one figure to the next. So these pilots spend hours constructing these. They then submit these sequences to the jury again. The jury will approve these sequences to make sure they're all legal. If they're all posted, then the pilots have so many hours to go determine which sequence they want to fly. And then they end up flying that sequence at the competition. So looks like they had a half dozen or so sequences to look at and pick from. So that's why you're seeing a few variations of how they've linked these figures together this morning. This pilot, Darren, will be coming from behind us. He's going to be entering the box from the east to west, which is also okay. The pilots have that choice with a Y-axis entry. Okay, here we go. Darren Behm, 300S, flying sequence G. There's your 3/4 roll. Half roll down into this double Humpty figure, pulling back around, pretty big G at the bottom of the double Humpty. Set line vertical, layout, figure 1's complete. He's going to do a half loop down, left box. He should be starting that any moment now. Half loop down, half roll. End of figure. Push, lay down Humpty with a 4 of 8. There's your 45. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that last point. I hope the judges saw it. Pushing around to the 45-degree angle. 2-point roll. 1, 2. End of figure into a half square up. Here comes the high negative G as he pushes around, sets that vertical line. Pushing over the top, finishing figure number 4. Plenty of altitude, setting him up for figure 5. A upside down wedge, push 45, half inside flick. There's a flick, a little bobble. 45 is going to push back around, 2 of 8 on the vertical up line. 2 of 8, 1, 2. It's going to cap off upright into another double Humpty. Coming at us, almost on top, pushing down, half roll, going back away from us, increasing his position for the judges to get a nice view of him, pulling back around. Darren's going to pull back around towards us one more time for the second part of the double Humpty for a quarter roll down and exit to the south, correctly done. End of figure. Into figure number 7, hammerhead. It's going to pull vertical, quarter roll up. Quarter roll. So Darren's going to pivot in, smart move. However, when he pivots, this snap roll is going to have to be to the left. So he's going the correct direction. Nicely done, Darren, as he comes back across the box into the hammer, center box tail slides. Going to pull vertical, set that vertical line, looking out slowly, starting to reduce a little bit, playing slide. You'll hear the stick back. Ooh, 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 ooh. He caught it. We'll have to see what the judges say on that slide. As he comes back across the box into figure number 9, 45 hammer, 2 of 4 points. Pushing all the way to vertical for a hammerhead turnaround. This is a push exit, lots of negative G coming around the corner there. Darren pushes. End of figure into a push square with a full snap on the top. All right, they don't want to spend too much time on this first vertical line or they will not have the energy for the full inside snap roll on top of this square loop. As Darren comes across the top looking for this full inside snap, does he have the speed? We shall soon see. Darren completes the full snap roll as he pushes around. He's hoping those belts are really tight because here comes the G loading about right now. Push, Darren. Yes, nicely done, my friend. Come back across the box to finish figure number 10 into a connector figure. Figure 11 half roll into the looping S. Half roll. Very simple, but a repositioning figure to get Darren set up for figure 12. This is what we call the connector figure I was speaking of earlier in the sequence construction. Into figure number 12, 2 of 4, opposite direction, 1.5 inside snap. Right, there's 2 of 4, it's gotta be left. Up, same direction, not good. As he pulls around, it's gonna do a 4-point roll at the bottom. One, 2, 3, 4. There's our double roll. Half loop up, 3 of 2. One, 2, 3. End of figure into a roller, 270 degrees to the outside. Very challenging. Oh, come on, Darren. Darren pushing around, pushing, he's slowing his rate, he's trying to keep on cardinal headings. There's 2 of them complete, he's got 1 more sequence of rolling. There's 45 and 270, whew. Well, we'll have to see how the judges saw figure 12 from what I saw. Those rotations are supposed to be opposite direction. They appear to be the same direction to me, but hopefully I'm wrong. But only the judges will have the final say-so on figure 12. Nice flying, Darren. This competition is very tough. Darren recovers, changes frequency, comes back around and lands. Next on the list is Thompson, flying a Panzel S330. Actually, we have a glider next. Glider is next. Then followed by Thompson flying sequence G also. This came in when I sequenced, so they named each sequence a letter just so the sequence could be named. So they call it, you know, sequence G, sequence A, sequence M, just to designate so the pilot can let the judge know which sequence that they're going to fly. There's no other really rhyme or reason other than just to be able to label them so they can designate a letter associated with the pilot's name when they fly the sequence, so they have all their paperwork correct. So I hope that answers that question that maybe just came through on the sequence selection. I'm looking at a list for those, for just text in, ask a question, so the pilots are listed in order. I've got 1 through 18 in front of me. I've got all the pilots' names, all their aircraft in numbers, and then out beside their name has the sequence that they're going to fly. So they named them with, you know, letters, you know, Golf, Charlie, Mike. And so beside the name is the sequence that they're going to fly. Gliders into the box. Again, I don't have the sequence cards for the gliders this morning. We'll just watch, try to call a little bit live for you. Looks like we've got a nice corporate jet departing to the north. Glider rolls upside down. Pulling back around, half loop down. 2 of 4 points of a 4-point roll, half loop down. Like a 90 roller to the inside, 1 turn 90-degree roller. As the glider's coming back to us, pulling back around away from the judges, right on top of us. And hammerhead turnaround, quarter roll coming down, right on this east edge of the box. Judges are having to look almost straight up, not the ideal positioning for the pilots. You want to be a little bit further away to make it a little more pleasant on the judges of how they observe you. Beautiful morning. Rider pulls to 45, pulls back around. Hanging on those belts, coming across the box upside down. Looks like half roll to upright. In an opposite direction roll. I believe we are end of sequence. All right, end of sequence. All right, next on the list for the powered pilots, Thompson flying sequence G in the Panzel S330. Again, it's been a wonderful week out here at the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. We always have to continue to thank all the people in the background. This contest could not happen without all the volunteers and the work that is going on in the register office, starters, and Doug Veda, making sure the pilots, as they get in their aircraft, have the right amount of fuel, the right frequencies, the right sequence card, their altimeters are set. It's another safety check before the pilots strap in and go to altitude to fly. Alice Johnson, Monique Hartmann, Mary Beth Rudd, and countless many more people continuing to keep the operation running smoothly. Chris Rudd, a pilot and mechanic, has a business traveling around the country. Chris was just recently in Poland with the United States National Unlimited Aerobatic Team with Rob Holland and AJ Wilder. Alice and Steve Johnson were supporting the Unlimited team as managers over in Poland. Rob and AJ did a fantastic job representing the United States of America. As our pilot comes in for a warm-up figure, and we know that because if you're watching him come in, there was no wing wags. So here's a warm-up figure. You see a little drift to the south, just a little bit, as he pulls that 300S Statiker into the vertical. As a safety figure, pull, pull, pull. Humpty's gonna come at us quickly into a 2-point roll. 1, 2, see how he went opposite directions? So he's checking the control continuity, make sure everything feels really good, left and right. in his flight controls. No binding, nothing feels strange or odd before he puts his aircraft through the paces at full deflection and high speeds. Tom Thompson again will be flying sequence G, entering on the y-axis. He's climbing to altitude. Okay, Tom Thompson, figure number 1, double Humpty, pull vertical, 3/4 roll. Pull half roll. Left of center, not ideal position. Coming across the box for a half loop down, half roll. Pushing into a lay down Humpty, 4 of 8 points of an 8-point roll. A little off heading there. Pushing around on the lay down Humpty, 2 of 2. 1, 2. Push exit into a half square. Pushing down to a 45 half inside flick. Oh, a little off heading here. Going into figure number 6, trying to complete the 2 of 8. Should he capped off, heading away from us. Pushing down for a double Humpty, half roll. Pulling back around. For the second part of the double Humpty. Quarter roll down. Into figure 7, hammerhead, quarter roll up, 3/4 flip down. There's your tail slide. Into a 45 hammer, 2 of 4, push. It's going to pivot around full left, right, a little right aileron. Pivots that 300S all the way around. It's going to be a push exit. Got a outside square loop, full snap on the top. Going to push this aircraft all the way around. A lot of negative G, trying to push him out of the seat as he comes vertical, checking his sight. Got to have energy for this full inside flick. Let's see if he has enough smash. Around he goes. Push back down to vertical. Push exit. A lot of negative G, trying to push him out of his seat. Into the connector figure. Half roll. This connector figure is allowing Tom to set himself up for the next figure. Again, they're allowed 4 connector figures. Just pulling back around. Layout inverted, going into 12. This is going to be 2 of 4 inside flick. They have to be opposite rotations. There's left, left, there's 2 of 4. It's got to go right, 1.5. That's correct. Half loop down, 4-point roll on the bottom. Looking for 4 points. 2, 3, 4. Double roll, half loop up. We're into 13. Should be a 3 of 2 on the top. Looking for 3 half rolls. 1, 2, 3. Into a 270 outside 3-roll roller. He's rolling on the outside, which is correct. He's got to hit 90 degrees and on the y-axis. One more half roll left, just pulling around, might be a little behind. And end of figure, end of sequence, flying sequence G, Thompson.
We sold this to Ready?
All right, here we go. Okay, folks, welcome back. Short break there. Back at the 2024 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Everybody's been waiting for him. Hear his amazing voice, and his presence is here. He's been walking around the airport, shaking hands, talking to people. The famous Michael Guillen has just walked up. He'll be here helping myself and Forrest commentate on these flights as they
To be here, famous in my own mind.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, Michael is taking time out of his very busy schedule to be here. So Michael got here yesterday. He'll be joining us the rest of the day today, and then headed out to other commitments as we go into a glider pilot next. Again, these glider pilots are judged a little bit different criteria than the powered aircraft. Looks to be 2 of 4 points, half loop down or some type of lay down Humpty. Again, we do not have the glider sequences with us right now. Ever so elegantly though, moving through the air. There's your hammerhead turnaround, getting the nose to ever so slightly come around. Nice pivot. Right here on the east side of the box, pushing this east boundary. I believe you're in a DG 1000, United States Air Force Academy's presence has been wonderful all week long. There's that half roll back to upright, followed by an opposite full roll. I believe the glider is almost done. This is their last figure as they go out the south side of the box. Remember, this box is only 1,000 meters cubed, about 3,000 square feet. Looks like a postage stamp from altitude. All right, there's our glider pilot. I believe we have a powered pilot up next. Again, this is Craig Gifford flying the Extra 330 SC. Craig will be flying sequence M. Craig, a long-time aerobatic competitor, unlimited aerobatic competitor, advanced aerobatic competitor. Craig currently resides in Tennessee and Long Island.
know, Goody Behm, it's a chill in the national for the people, and their phones back at home watching this. This is what the pilots live for. This is what we practice all summer long, and you know, there's just something about nationals that feels so special, and it's the temperature, it's the sky out in the west, and it's funny, it gives me chills just being here watching all this, because I know all the effort that everybody's put in to do this. Right?
It's so well said, Michael. You're exactly right. The pilots have been itching for this all year long, and to have the conditions that we have right now, not a cloud in the sky, no wind, is just the absolute perfect scenario for all these pilots to show these judges what they absolutely can put out there for them. Craig into his warm-up figure. To do a turnaround. As Craig's looking over the nose as he's coming vertical down, he's seeing if there was any drift from where he pulled vertical, so then he can, as his 2-point roll, he can judge where he wants to start figure number 1. Michael, your air show season is slowly coming to an end. How many more shows do you have left?
So there's 2 shows left. We just flew at Naval Air Station Oshinuga in Virginia Beach, and I didn't do the best of planning. Our next show's in Huntington Beach, California, so
there you go.
The extra is actually currently at Cirrus in one of their hangars in Knoxville, getting out of the way of the hurricane, and then Ryan Tierney, who works with me and competed out here a few years ago, is going to bring the airplane out west to California. And then Stephen Fiegel's going to be great and bring it back to all the way to Florida to finish the season in Steward. So it's been a great year, and still love it today like I did when I started, which is pretty cool.
That's fantastic. I know you guys have had a long season. You guys put a lot of into the whole air show season. It's a grind, I'm sure, for the whole family, and it's always a pleasure. Everybody enjoys watching you fly, and we're so glad you could take some time out of your busy schedule to stop by and help us wrap up the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships.
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, competition aerobatic flying, it's a lot like any other solo endeavor, whether it be golf or whatever. You know, there's just a ton of pressure on these pilots right now. And Craig's looks pretty simple. He's doing a wing rock, but inverted on a 45-degree down line.
Very challenging to stay oriented. All right, Craig's coming into figure number 1, which is a push lay down Humpty, 4 of 8-point roll. Here we go, 1, 2, 3, 4. Craig's gonna push around to close the lay down Humpty on a 45 inverted line, followed by a 2-point roll. Craig's starting to push the bottom of the box, which is nicely placed for the judges. Still above in 2 figures, a push, pull, pull, Humpty bump. So far, Craig's positioning is very nice. Spacing's good between figures. Figure 3, a double roll. It'll happen quick. Half loop up. 3 of 2, very crispy from Craig. Should see 3 half rolls and finish upright. Into figure, we're into figure 4. Craig's gonna do a hammerhead with a quarter roll going up. So Craig smartly rolled to the left so he can pivot into the wind, which will help the aircraft pivot better for the judges. And this 3/4 inside flick has to be to the left. Wow. Explosive. Setting up for the tail slide, center box. Power's coming off. Wheels have to slide down first. No downgrade for that pendulum effect. Very nicely done from Craig Gifford. We're into figure 6, is a 45-degree hammer, 2 of 4 points on the 45. 1, 2. It's going to push vertical. Push that left rudder. It's going to pivot all the way around 180 degrees to complete the hammerhead turnaround. And this is a push exit. Lots of negative G trying to push Craig out of the airplane. Into figure 7 is a outside square. Craig's going to get off this line quick enough to have the energy for the full inside snap roll on the top of the square loop. Going to push back down and then push out to complete the square. Into figure, half roll, half loop up. Into figure, 2 of 4 opposite, 1.5 inside. They have to be opposite directions. Right, right, this has got to be left, correctly done. 1.5 inside flick. He's going to pull around the half loop down, 4-point roll. Into figure 10 is a double Humpty bump. 3/4 roll, pull around. We'll start into the second half of the Humpty bump, half roll. Craig's going to pull back around. He's on the y-axis. He's exactly where he's supposed to be. He's going to come back to the judges, work in the box ever so nicely into a down Humpty. This is a reposition figure for Craig, setting himself up for figure 12, which tends to use up a little bit of altitude. Craig's going to pull back down. Craig inserted a figure, not sure why Craig just did that. He inserted a full roll, which is not in his sequence card. We'll have to ask him why he did that when he gets on the ground. Not really sure, maybe something's going on right now. Anyway, into figure 12, Craig's pushing the 45, half inside flick. It's going to push all the way around to a 2 of 8. And cap off upright. Into a push down, 3/4 down loop, pull around half roll. He's coming at us. He's going to be pushing the boundary. Might be going out, everybody. Nice tight pull all the way around half roll, right in our face. Oh, he inserted another roll. I'm not sure. Craig's reading his card not correctly this morning. That should have been a half roll. For some reason, he did a outside 2-7 roller. And end of sequence for Craig Gifford flying sequence M. What do you think, Mike?
You know, other than the insertion of the 2 rolls that certainly were not on the form that we have, I thought it was quite a nice flight. I would say it's very angular, right?
Very angular.
He kept the speed under control, which is hard to do in a 330 SC, right? So I think a lot of times people allow the airplane to get too fast, and it looks like a bumblebee in the box and not very controlled, right? Sort of like they're hanging on by the tail wheel. But Craig's flight to me looked super, super controlled.
Very controlled. He's known for his crispy flying, and that was a very, very nice flight. Craig's been having some wonderful flights this week here at Nationals. And we'll have to be sure to ask Craig next time I see him. Maybe he just read his card wrong, or that's easy to do up there flying. Things are happening fast. You can insert a figure, you can leave a figure out, but
the one thing that's hard to describe is what a marathon that sequence is.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Like, man, 14 maneuvers, half of it with a whole bunch of negative G. It's just hard to explain to people if you've not done it. Like, it is a grind. It is a, you know, an unknown sequence is almost like going to the dentist, isn't it? Right? You're like, okay, I just have to kind of suffer through this, and no runs, no hits, no errors. It's hard to be spectacular in an unknown.
Yes, it is.
And the people that are spectacular are usually the ones that win. It's just really sometimes just a matter of survival. And you'll hear the people in the hangar say, you know, you ask them, how is their flight? And they're like, well, I did really well. I didn't make any zeros and I didn't get any outs. And that's kind of the beginning of the standard, right? That's the first thing you want to try to do, is just make no big errors. And then that gets you in the middle of the pack already, because there's people that are going to make big errors. And then you try to add some crispiness to your flying on top of that, and that gets you right up there where the podium places are.
No, it's absolutely a pressure cooker. People watching from home, just as Michael said, going to the dentist, it's almost like you're almost waiting for it to be over with, because you don't know what's next, even though you've kind of prepped yourself for it. It's very, very demanding, physically, mentally, and as Michael said, as we got a glider on tow up next, no big mistakes. As long as you have no zeros and very few outs, then all the little tiny cumulative mistakes are not so bad in that pressure cooker up there. It's the hardest sequences to fly. As we increase in category levels, the sequences get more complex and it's more of a pressure cooker.
Yeah, and I would say when you watch people fly, you can tell there are some people that the box controls them, and then there's some people that they control the box, you know. And watching Craig's fly, you're like, he was in control of the box.
He was in control of the box. Very nicely placed for the judges. He'll get a presentation. It was watch as they say watching a play or sitting at a duty, not having to move. It was very well done. Craig used the bottom half of the box very nicely too. Sometimes pilots can tend to fly a little bit too high, too far at the back of the box, and it makes it a little more difficult for the judges to give out those high scores. Got a glider just off tow up here. They'll be dropping in the box here in a few more minutes. There's Mike Galloway, one of our judges, just said a hello.
Is that Mike Goulian?
Oh, he just recognized Michael Goulian over here also. He's back to his judge's stand. Galloway, a longtime judge. He's a world judge for the United States. Also a competitor and unlimited air show pilot also.
He recognized me. I hope that means I don't owe him any money.
That's right. Everybody at home watching and listening, please, if you have any questions for Michael Goulian, please send them in. We'll try to get to all those if you do have any questions. As the glider is in the box, again, my apologies for not having the sequence card for the gliders. Glider's ever so graceful, as the judges have a little bit different criteria. You notice sometimes between figures, the gliders will push their nose over just ever so slightly to gain a little bit of airspeed. Powered aircraft are not allowed to do that. We have to maintain a horizontal line in between figures, as we did a half roll opposite full roll to end the sequence there for the glider. As he does the wing wags, comes back around and recovers, switches frequency to land. Our next powered Flournoy flying the MX aircraft MX2. Marty's from the Atlanta area, longtime competitor, 30+ years flying competition aerobatics, also a sponsor for the U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Marty's going to be flying Sequence G. We have seen Sequence G flown by 3 other pilots already this morning. Sometimes it helps when the pilots are flying the same sequences. If they fly later in the order of flight, they can watch other competitors fly the sequence they're going to fly to see how the wind is affecting it. Then they can take that information and maybe decide how they want to tackle the sequence as they dive into the box. It definitely is somewhat of an advantage flying a little bit later in the order of flight to gather technical data to help you strategically plan your sequence on the ground. I know Michael has spent many years studying sequences, and then as Michael left aerobatic competition after winning the national championship, you watch Michael Guillen walking through his routine for the air shows. And Michael, does that seem to help you a lot as you prepare into your air show routine before you go fly?
You know, aerobatic pilots, as are all athletes, creatures of habit, right? And it's something that I learned when I was competing, and I still do it exactly the same way. About 45 minutes before my flight, you just get yourself away, you make a plan, you figure out where the wind's coming from, and then you have to go execute that plan, right? And Goody, were you somebody that would watch other competitors on the unknown, or did you just kind of go out with your plan and execute it and not pay attention?
You know, that's a great question, and I would tend to try to watch a couple of the competitors in the unknown if they're flying the same sequence to get a feel for where they're starting figure one and what the wind's doing to them, and maybe that's something that I need to reevaluate and make an adjustment to where I was planning to start it, because it wasn't as appeasing to the eye as I thought it would be for the judges. So great question, and that's absolutely something that I use tactically to help tackle the sequence.
Yeah, as you talk about, right, we have maneuvers on the x-axis, which is going down the box, and the y, which goes front to back on the box. And some of these sequences, you kind of have a choice on which way you go, either to the judges or away from the judges. And sometimes that's predicated on the wind, sometimes it's predicated on really what you're trying to do for placement and a good presentation score, right? So I would always look at, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 people that I cherry picked from the sequence in front of me to see which way they went. And if everybody was going different than to my process, then maybe I would think about changing it. But if it was just 1 or 2, I'd say, no, this is my plan, I'm sticking with my plan. I went to bed with that plan in my head and go ahead and try to execute that.
Yeah, as soon as you start making last-minute changes, it's like trying to cram for a test at the end. It never works out in your favor.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, so we're watching Advanced Fly, and Unlimited was flying yesterday. Some of the really top level competitors here, they know how to move the airplane across the box anyway on their own, don't they?
Yes, they do. And that's very well said. As Marty Flournoy comes in for sequence G, pulling vertical into this double Humpty. There's a 3/4 roll. Half roll. We're in the second half of the double Humpty. Marty's pulling that MX2 around to set another vertical line. Spacing's nice, positioning is nice. He's going to cap off to complete figure 1 into figure 2, which is a half loop down, half roll on the bottom to end the figure upside down. There's your half roll. Going to go into figure 3, a push, lay down Humpty bump. Here's 4 points of an 8-point roll. Looking off that left wing to maintain 45 degrees with his sighting device as he pushes the nose around back to an inverted 45 with a 2-point roll. Working the box nicely into figure. This is a half square loop up. A lot of pushing, as Michael was saying earlier, the pushing is very, very hard on the pilots. Here's a half inside flick on a already basically an upside down wedge is a 45 push to vertical 2 of 8. Marty's going to push a cap off upper to figure 6. Bump. It's very tight, pulling back around, away from us in the second. A 1/4 roll down. He should exit should be to the right. That's correct. He's exiting south, working center of the box into figure 7. Hammerhead turn around with a 1/4 roll up. Let's see what direction Marty chooses to go. He can 1/4 left or right. He chooses to go left. So he's going to be pivoting down. But there's not a lot of wind, so it won't affect this hammer. Comes the cheap aircraft off the wheels, man. Marty will push hard on that left rudder, little right aileron, the aircraft looking around. Push exit into a center box. Push square loop. Remember, everybody watching at home, he's got to get off this vertical line quick enough to have energy to execute a snap roll, slow speed snap roll on the top of this square loop. He executed it. He's going to push down, a lot of negative G's on this last push. Hooker harness is holding him in big time as he pushes around the corner right there. Half roll upright, he's into a connector figure. These are very low As Marty finishes the connector, he's going to go into a 2-4 opposite, 1.5 inside flip to the right. There's second point. It's got to be left. Very nice 1.5 inside snap roll as he comes around the bottom half of the half flute down 4-point roll. Half rolls from the top. Into figure, into his 270. 3-roll roller to the outside. There's 45 degrees. There's 90. He has 2 of these left. It's like rubbing your head and patting your stomach at the same time. Everybody watching at home, he's using every flight control to move this airplane around to complete 2. You know, a rolling turn, a good score in a rolling turn might be a 7 or 7.5.
Yeah,
There's so many places that judges can take off for rate change, radius change, heading change, and it just goes on and on and on. We're breaking. We are broke. We broke.
We're done broke.
All right. We got Nick. We'll have a call next.
I was going to pull the plug on you guys. We should have a judge's break coming up.
Okay.
And I'll reset during that. For now, it's just choppy audio again. There's no point in you guys talking, but
Okay, folks, just a little break we had. Welcome back again to the 2024 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. We're in the advanced category. Stakes are high. We're picking 5 pilots for the U.S. National Advanced Aerobatic Team, which will fly in the Advanced World Championships next year. We got 10 pilots left to go. We got a Canadian up, Ryan Chapman. Got several Canadians here. They've traveled great distances to come take part in our U.S. Nationals. Ryan's been flying aerobatics for many years. Today he's in an extra 300L flying sequence G. Luke Penner, another Canadian unlimited pilot, had a wonderful contest flying unlimited, finishing 3rd overall. So let's see what Ryan can do. Maybe Ryan can join Luke in bringing home a little medal back to Canada. Sequence G's posed a problem for a few pilots today. We'll see if Ryan can put his aircraft through the paces. Join with Michael Guyen. I know everybody was very excited for Michael to make his presence, such an ambassador to aviation and aerobatics, traveling the world, hopscotching all over North America also in his air shows. He has 2 air shows left. I know Michael's got a really big one out in Huntington Beach, California. Welcome back, Michael.
Thanks there, buddy. Excited to be here with everybody watching this. So I'm glad I'm not flying because I'd be nervous.
I know, the nerves are at an all-time high. I know these guys have lots of butterflies and jitteries as Ryan comes at us for a warm-up figure. Beautiful 300L. Michael, you got a lot of time in extras. You go way back with Walter Extra. What are you anticipating with this new aircraft that Walter is bringing on the scene, the new 330 SS?
Yeah, I've not flown it yet, but I hear things that, you know, Walter's trying to get the sort of the polar moment of inertia of a smaller airplane reduced, right? So that it's better tumbling and trying to bring the center of mass more around the pilot. And so people are saying really neat things about it. And I know Extra certainly thinks that it's their single-seater of the future. And there is the prototype, one of the early models is here flying, right? Mike Ciliberti's flying.
And your 330 SC, you've been in that particular SC for many years now, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
2,000 hours worth.
2,000 hours.
Yeah. Although most of that's cross country, but
That is
and it's been just such a
amazing.
rock solid plane for me, and it's been babied its entire life, but it really has been such a great machine.
Do you every now and then think about ever coming back to some competition? Do you miss it? I know it's in your blood.
I too totally miss it, right? And
Yeah.
if you watch my airshow flying, I still try to stay somewhat sort of sharp in my flying.
Your
so
air show
there's
flying is so crispy and
lineage-
beautiful.
Lineage there, right? You know, to fly it unlimited and even advanced today, it's almost a full-time job, right? It is
Absolutely.
mind, body, and soul for sure. So I would have to change my life a lot to be able to come back and do it. And,
Right.
But yeah, sitting here makes me think, I wish I was here, flying, right? Just watching.
Yeah, the sport has changed tremendously over the years, especially in the higher categories. It is. They have almost made it as an unlimited. What the figure complications and the sequences that are flown now by the unlimited pilots is very, very complicated. Okay, folks, Ryan Chapman flying sequence G, diving into the box on the y-axis, coming from west to east. There's those 3 wing wags. Into figure 1, a pull Humpty, 3/4 roll up. Ryan's pulling back on the stick to close the top of this humpty, looking through the top of the canopy, looking for a half roll down. He's going to pull back around for the second part of the double humpty.
You know, I feel like he started the sequence really nicely, right? And when you start with super aggressive, positive, sharp maneuvers placed right where you want it, it sets you up for a good sequence. It also makes the judges stand up and say, oh, this person's flying really well. And I think it helps the psyche of the judges a little bit. It lets them give you better scores, right? If you start off with a weak maneuver, it sets a little question mark in their mind. But if you start off solid, they've got a solid impression of you as a pilot for maneuver number one. So for me, maneuver number one, and even the wing rock in the entry to the box is so critical.
It sets the tone for what's to come, and you're right, they put higher expectations that this guy or girl has come out and they're serious today. They're ready to put up some spectacular flying, and so far Ryan Chapman is putting this extra 300L through its paces, putting every figure exactly where it should be.
And again, if you look, this is not a 330 SC, right? This is a two-seater, but the way that he's flying this L, you almost can't tell, right? He's really controlling the energy of the plane really well.
Very nice stop on that half inside snap roll as he pushes the aircraft back to the vertical for 2 points of an 8-point roll to cap off upright. Ryan's looking left and right, finding those box markers to know exactly where to push down. He's pushing this east edge, ever so tightly. Very smart by Ryan as he takes the double humpty back away from the judges, creating space. There's Ryan's quarter roll back to the left side of the box. You'll see him immediately go into the hammerhead turnaround. Very nice pace. As the tail slides, wheels down, Ryan sets that up nicely. There's your pendulum effect. Power comes in as Ryan's anticipating figure number 9 of the 45-degree hammerhead. 2 of 4 points on that 45-degree line. Very precisely flown as Ryan takes the 300L through its paces. Full left rudder, 180-degree pivot for the hammerhead turnaround, push exit, square loop. Very complicated figure here for the pilots if they don't have the energy at the top of the square loop. See how Ryan handles this full inside snap roll. Ryan getting repositioned in his connector figure into figure 12. 2 of 4 points of a 4-point roll. Opposite direction, 1.5 inside snap. He's going right, right. This has to be left. Correct direction. 4-point roll at the bottom of this half loop. Followed immediately by a double roll. 3 half rolls on the top of this half loop. In the figure, last figure of the sequence is a 270-degree 3-turn outside roller to finish on the y-axis. And end of sequence for Ryan Chapman, and again, another one of our Canadians. Up on the list next is Stephen B. I'm gonna call him Steve B. He's flying an Extreme Air. Steve comes all the way from the UK. Wonderful individual. I've gotten the pleasure of meeting him this week and getting to know him. Sequence G seems to be a sequence of choice for most of the pilots today. Don't forget, we've got the unlimited 4-minute freestyle coming up this afternoon around 1 o'clock. And then nationals will come to a close.
Somebody said, Mr. Goulian, you don't have to come back in advanced or limited. You can just show up in intermediate one day and smash everyone. I'm sure they wouldn't mind.
I think I'd have to learn how to do a round loop without anything on it anymore, right?
That's right.
It's so funny. Everybody's like, why don't you guys do a sportsman-only contest with all of you guys? I said, you know, the truth be told is, even if we did a sportsman contest, we'd all be practicing for an entire winter just to do the best in your sportsman contest. Like, everybody is so type A. They're like, but we would show up and be like, oh, I haven't flown in months. I mean, I've never flown one of these planes. And you'd have done 50 critiqued flights, right? I'd call up Sergei Boryak and be like, all right, Sergei, like old times, let's go, coach, but don't tell anybody. And be like, oh, I don't know how I did so well in this contest. I just showed up here with whatever it was and flew.
You guys are absolutely right. People would pay.
Lady Huber said, Goody's voice just makes me happy. I think Goody's commentating on anything, and
Hey, well, thank you so much. We're out here trying to have fun and maybe Ted Lasso some of this stuff. That's what it's all about, is all the people, all the smiling faces. Have a good time, because when all this is over, we all pack up and get in our little flying machines and head back home, back to our families.
And whether it's airshow flying or it's competition aerobatic flying or whatever it is, it's just hard to explain to people that don't do it what it feels like, right? And the camaraderie that you have with your friends, because you look them in the eye, they look you in the eye, and you know that they know, and it's just hard to describe that feeling, right? And it is the community and what we do that is so special to us in our small community, in our small group, right?
That's so well said, and it's pretty amazing too how the competitors help each other on, you know, whether they have a maintenance problem with the airplane and willing to lend their airplane for the other competitor to fly in, or telling the other competitor, hey, this is the winds I had, I think you might want to reevaluate your flight. It's a very close, tight-knit group of people, as I'm sure you have the same thing in the air show community, Michael.
Yeah, you absolutely do, right? We're in the air show world, you're there to try to spread aviation to people that may not have seen it before, right? A lot of people will come up to me and say, hey, I fell in love with aviation at an air show 30 years ago, watching the Thunderbirds or the Blue Angels or Leo Loudon-Sager, whoever it was, and you know, now I'm an airline pilot, and it's because of air shows. And I think that's the neat thing that air shows does. It exposes a somewhat unsuspecting public to aviation that they've not seen. And I think it puts such a vivid image of the sky of what people are capable of, and it's really fun and it's invigorating for the audiences, and I think it creates a lot of pilots, to be honest.
Okay, here we go. Stephen B. and the XA41 300 diving in for sequence G, which we have seen multiple times today. Lots of energy. 3/4 roll. Oh, just slightly over a little bit. How is Stephen going to correct this? He's looking over through the top of the canopy over the nose. He knows he's not in the right spot. How is he going to cheat this around? He's on the wrong axes. I don't think Stephen's going to be too happy with that first figure. He's back going the correct direction now, but the first part of his double Humpty did not seem to go as planned. Finishing up figure 3, the lay down push Humpty into a half square up. A lot of pushing today for all these advanced pilots. Half inside flick. Stephen B's pushing around. Big 5G negative push back to the vertical. 2 points of an 8-point roll to cap off upright. Double Humpty. He's coming back at the judges. Good view of the top of that extreme air. Coming back around for the second half of the double Humpty. Quarter roll down. Three-quarter inside flick to the left. Stephen B setting up for his tail slide. So you can see the aircraft's perfectly vertical. Most pilots will then add a little positive cheat to make sure the aircraft slides the correct direction for a wheels down slide. Couldn't see a whole lot of that on Stephen B, nicely hidden. Everything was done correctly. Stephen's trying to manage his power. You hear a lot of power changes as he's navigating the sequence into his push square loop. Stephen seems a little slow here, so We'll have to see how he gets through this full inside snap at such a slow speed on top of this square loop. It's going to push back around. Here comes a lot of negative G, trying to push Stephen out of the airplane. Into figure 12, 2 of 4, opposite 1.5, inside flick. He's going right, this must be left. Half loop down, 4-point roll on the bottom. There's your double roll, half loop up, 3 half rolls on the top. Into his last figure, the 3-turn outside roller, 270 degrees. One more figure to go for Stephen. There's his wing wags. That was Stephen B. I don't know, what do you think, Michael? I think he might not be so happy with figure 1. It's such a cutthroat sport. One little error can be exacerbated into a massive error.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot going on in figure number 1, right? Your energy is high, your adrenaline is high, you're trying to figure out your positioning in the box, where the wind's coming from, all of those things sort of just, they can play with your head a little bit. And the one thing with these monoplanes is if you're going to be really aggressive, the roll rate is so high, yeah, you're looking out the window, but a lot of your starts and stops are based on timing, right? You just have to say 3/4, ready, go, stop. And you have to have the internal timing built up from hours and hours of practice. And yeah, what you see out the window gives you a little bit, but for me anyway, it's 80% timing and 20% visual out the window. And I think the first maneuver, there's a lot of adrenaline going on. It's easy to get your timing off, right? Just because of the pressure that's on there for the first maneuver. And he did that. Felt he corrected across the top, made that quarter roll and kept going. And that was a flight that to me, yeah, it might have started off a little shaky, but he found his rhythm and his confidence, and it got better as he went, is what it looked like to me.
Yeah, Stephen will be excited to get on the ground and go back and reevaluate that flight. Very well said, and nice job by Stephen B. And these mistakes do happen. It's a very cutthroat sport. Michael's exactly right. There's a lot of adrenaline, butterflies, excitement. You try to contain all that. Sometimes it's hard to contain. You're the only person in there. There's nobody else you can rely on when you're flying. You don't have a teammate, so everything's on your shoulders, and then sometimes it's easy to get a little bit too excited. The internal timing that Michael talks about is so true. These airplanes roll so fast, your eyes, it's almost impossible for them to keep up with the rate of rotation. And Michael has a big background also in golf, and I'm sure he can relate a lot of that with how many swings and timing. You have this feel of repetition over and over and over that you can translate, into your flying, and it's all like Yoda internal gyros, keeping your airplane oriented all throughout the box.
Yeah, and it is, and it's for any professional athlete, whether it's diving you see in the Olympics and skiing, it's how can you let your mind go, right? We did that in Red Bull Air Race a lot. We had sports psychologists, and it's like, how do you care just enough, but not too much that it makes you tight? And that really is, it's quite an art form. I think Rob Holland does quite well with that. He's so solid in the unknowns now.
So solid.
So not only does your flying have to be good, but your mind has to be just as solid. And I think that's where consistency in sport comes from, is that your mind is just so strong, and you don't let the pressure get to you, or you learn how to deal with the pressure, right? Because you hear the pressure is something that they live for and they thrive for it. And because trying to do a qualifying lap in a Formula One car is a lot like trying to do an unknown. You have one shot at it to get it right.
Do you have any particular routines, Mike, that you like to do? The listeners would maybe be very interested to hear how you prepare your mind for air show flying. That is so intense, so low to the ground. There's a lot at stake. Do you have a routine or things that you like to do to help get your mind right before you dive into the air show box?
Yeah, so it's funny. I've done the same way for a long time. I honestly don't think about the ground. I just think about my flying. And the first thing I do is I just stare at the sky and picture what my airplane's going to be doing and what it's going to look like, right? So I picture the flight in my mind, actually staring in the airshow box and positioning my airplane where I want it to be and where the crowd is and where show center is. And then I come inside and then I start to think about what I would be seeing on the ground doing it. So I go from the sky to looking out the canopy, what my marks would be. And then after that, a little bit of muscle memory of, hey, you want a little bit of deeper pitch here, because I actually evaluate all my airshow flights and look at what I wasn't happy with on the flight before and make sure mistake. Visual in the sky, visual in the cockpit, and then technical, and then get in the plane.
And you're a very, very physically fit guy also. Are there things that you do away from the airport, away from the airplane, to help keep your body and mind in sync every time you go to strap on that 330 SC?
You're important, and I'm trying to be one of those no sugar guys, right? So you have good energy.
Thank you for sharing that, Michael. And we'll get back to some more awesome questions for Michael Goulian as he is watching on Donnie Hartmann from West Palm Beach area, flying sequence G. Looking good so far into that half roll of the double Humpty. Just starting into figure one. Team qualifying here. The pressure is on for these pilots. As Michael was saying, if they can manage this pressure, manage their mind throughout the sequence, they'll come out ahead in the end.
And Don's a guy that's been in the sport for a while now, and I've had the opportunity to spend some time with him and Sebring and his wife Monique, and know how dedicated they are to the sport and how much it means to him, right? He puts in a ton of effort.
And that word dedication, it's, as you were talking with Rob Holland, yourself, all these icons, the dedication has to be all in to stay at this level and fly this hard and this precise all the time. Donnie has worked very, very hard over the years. Been in the sport well over 30 years. As he completes that half snap roll on the descending 45-degree line. Capping off upright into figure number 6.
Notice this airplane has a really great paint scheme for competition aerobatics, right? So white wings and tail on the top. They have the invasion stripes on the bottom. So it's very easy to tell whether you're looking at the top or the bottom of the airplane, which is so critical for the judges, especially on a beautiful blue sky day like today.
Yeah, sometimes these beautiful blue skies with paint schemes that aren't so good, the airplane tends to blend into the sky, and it's hard for the judges to distinguish the top and the bottom of the airplane, especially at such high roll rates. Very nicely done, 3/4 inside snap roll to come back across the box going north into the tail slide. It's like balancing that broom in the palm of your hand as the pilot gets the airplane just precisely set up for that airplane to slide either wheels down or canopy down. This is a wheels down. A little bit of torque should not be too much of a deduction for Mr. Don Hartmann.
And the plane Don's flying is a 300S, right? It's not a 330SC.
Correct.
So the roll rate isn't quite as fast as it is on the SC. But one of the things you could compliment Don about his flying is it's a little bit hard to tell it's a 300S, right? It looks like all the others. He's doing really a very nice job of showing the airplane to its full capability.
The energy management, you're exactly right. He's keeping energy up very high on this flight. Johnny's only got a few more figures to go. Let's see if he can keep this energy going. He's coming off the top of this square very nicely. He's got plenty of speed for this flick. Nicely placed, very aggressive push back to vertical down. I'm liking this, Don. And he closes the square loop. Very nicely done in his connector figure. Don will take this connector figure and use it to position himself back for figure 12. Connector figures don't have a lot of weight in scoring, so you might see the connector figure not so perfectly flown as the core figures because their value of scoring is so much lower, but it's very important the aircraft is set back up for his next figure, which he's going into a 2 of 4, 1.5 inside snap roll. Half loop down, 4-point on the bottom. A little bit left of center, maybe more than Don would like, but he's going to get this back in the 4-point roll. He's back exactly where he wants to be into that double roll, half loop up, 3 half rolls in the top. There's the wing wags from Don Hartmann. Again, very nicely done. As we were talking to Michael Goulian earlier about mental preparation, physical preparation for air show flying, for competition aerobatics, questions were coming in as far as how Michael prepares, and we were on the physical side of things. I know Michael has touched on nutrition and exercise and anything else he could recommend. So IAC competitors, anyone looking to get into aerobatics to help better prepare them to venture into the sport.
I don't know about you, but I think if I was Don, I'd have been happy with that flight.
That was very, very nice. Yeah, Don did an excellent job in that flight. Yes, sir. Okay, folks, Kyle Collins up next, flying sequence G. Kyle is one of our current top 10 advanced finishers at the last Advanced World Championships in Las Vegas. Kyle, along with Mike Ciliberti and Brittanee Lincoln, all have spots on the U.S. National Advanced Aerobatic Team due to their top 10 finishes and via our rules here at Nationals. As long as they compete here at Nationals, they're secured a spot. So those three are on the team, and we have 5 spots to go, but Kyle's been very solid all week, very solid competitor. Look forward to seeing Kyle fly.
Kyle's flying a Panzel, which I think a lot of people know is really an adaptation of John Stoddard's airplane, which he introduced back around 1990 to the world of aerobatics. And if you look at the fleet of airplanes at the Nationals around 1992, 93, 94, there was all Stoddard's, and then Greg Panzel came and really improved the airplane and did a lot to it, and it's still here holding its own in advance and doing really well. And even to me now, I don't know if it would be super competitive in the top of unlimited, but still definitely unlimited capable.
Now, Michael, you flew a Staudacher at one point in your career. LeMap was a sponsor, and I remember seeing you on the cover of some magazines.
Yes,
is that correct?
So Lee Manelsky was a gentleman. He had a laser, was on the U.S. team, and they built a wing for him. John Staudacher built a wing for him and introduced me to John at the time. And I didn't have enough money to buy the airplane at the time, and John Staudacher sort of saw some hope in me and gave me a really good price on my very first Staudacher, which allowed me to get into the monoplane. So forever indebted to John and to this airplane for sure. And I own 2, and then we built the second one, which is now in the Czech Republic.
Oh, very cool. Okay, Kyle Collins, flying sequence G. Kyle's roughly about the center of the box from the east-west side. He's positioned very nicely for the judges. Very comfortable altitude as he comes across into figure number 3. Two-point roll on the descending 45 line. Line spacing very nice. Comes across for this half square. It's capping off roughly around 2,700 feet. Plenty of altitude for the half inside flick on the descending 45 line. Two points of an 8-point roll. You see how Kyle's balancing this flight very nicely. 3/4 inside snap, must be to the right. So far, everyone has performed these tail slides nicely today. Let's see if Kyle can continue this. Nicely done, Kyle. Good pace. Pendulum effect is not downgraded. That is okay. Kyle into that square loop. Snap roll placed in the center of the line. So far, seems to be a very nice, balanced flight. Four-point roll. Double roll, half loop up, 3 half rolls in the top. Okay, Kyle Collins, sequence G. My opinion, that was a very nicely flown flight. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, same thing. I think we saw Don fly, did a really good job. I think you see Kyle fly, did a really good job. You can tell that they are at the top of their game and they were ready for this unknown, both of them. I liked Kyle's positioning a lot, and just some little things that I really liked. It seems funny because it's such a small thing, but on figure 9 is a pull up and a 204 to a verted and then push up into a hammer. And a lot of people tend to get steep there, and that little corner from 45 to vertical is a little soft, and his wasn't, right? The line was on a rope. It was just perfect, and then a really nice push to the vertical, and again, that angular look, right? He flew the maneuver almost like it's drawn on paper, and that's just so pleasant to look at.
That's a very good point. It was a very big distinction between the 45-degree angle and the vertical angle, and a lot of pilots tend to blend those two together, and that's a very good point.
And I think because it's such a short radius from 45 to vertical, you really want to push it harder to make it look really nice, right? And I think if you just do your normal push till you would start a loop or a hammerhead or whatever, it gives too much of a rounded look to that maneuver as opposed to a really sharp figure. And again, it's just little things to me, little things that I see a pilot do here or there that really makes that flight as opposed to some of the others.
All that perception for the judges, and for the judges to see that that quality in the figures and all the lines and angles, and set yourself apart from the other competitor that maybe aren't as attuned to those details that Mike was talking about. Folks, up next, this is excuse me, going to be Barrett Hines. He's actually flying sequence alpha. We have not seen an alpha flown today, so the figures are going to be flown in a different order. He's flying an extra 300, and he will start out figure 1 with a double roll, half loop, 3 half rolls. We've been seeing that figure flown later in the sequence, so this will be interesting to watch. After Barrett, we have 5 more pilots to go, and that'll close out the advanced category for team selection for the 2024 Advanced World Championship team that will be selected and sent to fly in the Advanced World Championships next year. Site to be determined. Okay, folks, we are back live with you. Michael Goulian, Goody Thomas, and Forrest Fox Productions, finishing up the 2024 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships in the advanced category. 5 more pilots to go. It's been an exciting category so far. A total of 18 pilots, 5 spots available for the U.S. Advanced National Aerobatic Team to be flown somewhere around the world next year. Again, joined beside me, Michael Goulian, our special guest. I had a question for Michael. How many years have you now been flying air shows?
Wow, good question. Well, like a lot of people back in the day, like Matt Chapman and Patty and Kirby, and we were all kind of competing and flying air shows at the same time. But the reality of it is, except for maybe Rob, when you're flying competition and air shows, you're really a competition pilot and you're just flying air shows to make money to pay for your competition habit, which is kind of what a lot of us did.
Yeah.
But, you know, I basically stopped competing around 99, 2000, and really then made a mental switch of like, this is what you do all the time. You're all in all the time.
So once you made your switch to full-time air show flying, did you decide then after you won the national it was time competitionally on your air show flying?
It just happened naturally, right? So my got ill, 90s, and I took over running our business full-time when he got ill, and so I would have loved to have flown in some more world championships and some more nationals, but life got in the way, and then the air show world really became a revenue resource for me as well, and it was just one of those things where you only have so much time in the day.
Yep.
And it's a little bit why I still love competition, is I feel like maybe I left just a little bit too early because I still had all that drive and energy. But again, our flight school, anybody that's in the flight school business knows that they never sleep. It's a 24/7 endeavor. And while my dad was ill, I was at the airport from morning till night every single day for quite a long time trying to keep that business going. So.
And your flight school today is thriving and very busy. You guys are touching a lot of aspects of aviation.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Actually, my dad's business we actually sold in 2017, and then my wife and I, Karen, we started a Cirrus focused flight training school where we help people learn to fly, help them get into an airplane. We manage it for them. They use it for business, and we like to say, you know, the SR-22 and the 22T is kind of a piston airplane living in a turbine world, and we use that a lot. And being in Boston, New York, and DC are easy. Burlington, Vermont is easy. So we have a lot of people using their airplanes regionally for travel, and we help them manage them. So it's been really quite fun.
And you guys also are involved in a little backcountry flying with Huskies and Carbon Cubs, and I think I've seen you out venturing around doing some backcountry flying. Do you enjoy that?
I love it a lot, right? It's a whole other aspect of flying that it was not exposed to me, and all my flying would have been either in professional cockpits or aerobatic flying, and backcountry flying, it's just so great, and it's just another skill level, right? That's fun to do, and we're also involved. Stephen Fiegel and I are involved with Aura Aero and the Integral R, which we're really excited about bringing for people wanting to get into aerobatics and training, and 2-seat side-by-side aerobatic trainer, which will be here at the Nationals next year flying, which will be really fun.
Stephen was showing me some pictures of the venture you guys are into with the Aura Aero, and very excited to see that airplane. It does resemble that Cap 10 look, or the Cap 232, the tail, and it's the side-by-side seating. And we are all very to see that airplane come onto the aerobatic scene and aerobatic training. That's very exciting.
Yeah, you can really see the lineage of the Cap series in the airplane, right? And a lot of people that were involved in the original Cap design and building are still there today, building fuselages and wings in Brittanee, France, which is kind of special if you're a aerobatic historian, right?
Right. Yeah, the Cap was a very proven airplane in its day. I know you flew a Cap. I believe you were a 231 or 232. 232.
Yep.
Very successful with that airplane, and that's a very successful aerobatic airplane. The French, David Martin, yourself, put bases for many years. High and to the right, our next competitor flying a Pit Special S1S, Anthony Osaga, flying sequence N. I don't think we've seen an N sequence today. This will be set up a little bit different.
Yeah, and Anthony's flying a Pitts S1S, which compared to some of the high horsepower, high roll rate monoplanes, it's a little bit of a challenge, and maybe that's why Anthony chose this sequence, because maybe he feels that it was just a little bit easier on the performance of the airplane as opposed to some of the other sequences.
All right, folks, I believe Anthony's picking up on figure 5. I think there was a little bit of confusion in some preceding figures. And the first time today, unfortunately, we saw Anthony slid on his back on top of the canopy. That is an automatic 0.
I'm sure Anthony knows that he made that 0, so now just hoping he can regroup, get himself together, and just finish the flight solid. He's got nice positioning here after his 3/4 snap on the vertical down. He's got a series of humpties here.
Anytime when you're flying, and I've experienced it for myself firsthand, you have a 0 in the middle of a flight, it can rattle you, it can mindset your train of thought, and if you can just put that behind you, as Michael was saying, and continue the flight, finish it solid, and recover, get your confidence back, and finish with a nice end to your sequence. He's into his last figure, figure 12. He's come back and reposition for the judges. Anthony will go out and fly a little bit out to the west of the box, get reoriented, decide where he wants to re-enter the box with 3 distinct wing wags to tell the judges that I'm ready to start back to finish my sequence. Anthony should come back in and finish up with a 270-degree 3-turn roller to the outside. Okay, next pilot. Last 4 more pilots to go. Next pilot is Brittanee Lincoln, flying an extra 330 SC. She will be flying sequence M, as in Mike. We saw Mr. Craig Gifford fly sequence M earlier in the order of flight. This is our current reigning advanced national champion. Michael, what would you say for any of our viewers at home and people maybe wanting to get interested into the International Aerobatic Club, aerobatics? Is there a path or an avenue that you could, recommend to anyone that maybe already has their private pilot's license that just wants to venture into the aerobatic world?
Yeah, for me, there's just no better way to start than the IAC, right? Like I tell people, if you're competing, every time you get in the airplane to go out to practice, there's a purpose, right? You're not just drilling holes in the sky. And yeah, it's nice to be able to go out and do some loops and rolls and fun on a Sunday evening or whatever. But when you go out there with the intent on getting better all of the time, it's just a great mindset. It's a great way to learn aerobatics. And so you can just go to IAC.org, and there's a whole bunch of great flight schools, so they should find one in their area, do a little research, make sure that it's a really good, reputable school. There's schools in Florida, out in California, so no matter where you live, you can find really good flight training. And even up at Luke Penner's place up in Canada. There's just some great schools, and I just find that aerobatic flying is such a great way to improve your overall flying. And it's not just people talk about stick and rudder, but yeah, when you don't have to worry about actually, quote, maneuvering the plane, your situational awareness is huge, right? Coming into the pattern, you have a better mental picture of where all the other airplanes are and who's talking and what's happening and how it works, and those people are just on top of it, right? I just find aerobatic pilots are just so great at that. And it just gives them such a varied skill level. And then, you know, decathlons and work their way up, and it's a great way. Decathlon's not easy to fly. It's not easy to fly well. There's some energy management involved, and
yeah, we've seen quite a few decathlons flying this week. I'd commented earlier how it is a much harder airplane to fly precisely and well because the pilot's having to work so hard with their hands and feet, letting their eyes tell their hands and feet what to do with the controls versus some of these more high-performance plastic airplanes that are a little more maneuverable, go around. They don't show all the defects, so to speak, that a pilot can introduce as much as you can in some of the decathlons.
yeah, I agree. Here comes Brittanee into the box, and you can be sure that she's done a lot of practice for this Nationals and is ready to fly here this morning.
She is. Britt's going to hang it all out, I would imagine, on this Sequence M. She comes in this 330 SC starting upside down. Right at center box. Very crisp, very distinct points. The judges have no doubt of counting all those 4 points of 4 of 8 point roll.
Yeah, again, it's what we talked about earlier, right? Her first maneuver was quite solid, so it sets her up with a good mindset. It psychologically gives the judges permission to give her good scores because they're encouraged by what they see. They think that she is really flying well and in control.
And that Britt is doing, bringing the aircraft right down to the bottom of the box to place the next figure, double roll, half loop up, right in front of the judges. Coming back around 1,000 feet. Flying her entire sequence around the center X of the box ever so nicely. 3/4 inside flick to the left. Right back to the bottom. She doesn't want to go any lower than that. All right, into figure 7, here's our push square loop full inside snap on the top. Let's see how she tackles this. Right back at the bottom. She's pushing the edge of the bottom for sure. saw her slower roll rate ever so slightly on the 3/4, trying to find that perfect stop. Coming across the top for another down Humpty. One thing that would be very, very critical for her when she pulls the nose down and does her quarter roll is on the second vertical line. She wants to make sure as she quarter rolls and caps out that she is high enough to complete figure 12, which does use some altitude. Pilots can tend to get what's called ground rush if they're lower than they want to be and they start to rush the quality of the figure because they're getting to the lower limits of their category. She seems to be handling that nicely. Britt's on her last figure, the rolling 270-degree 3-turn roller to the outside. Brittanee Lincoln flying sequence M. I have to say I like that. Very nice crispy flight. I hope the judges don't look at any type of low. I think she was there. She was at the bottom of the box, but I think she was definitely at the proper floor. She presented the flight very nicely, very compact. I think we'll get some extremely high results from that flight. Three pilots to go. Up next will be Mark Steward flying a pit special S1S sequence G, followed by David Taylor, and then Michael Lents to finish out the 18th advanced competitor.
So Goody, when we got out here early this morning, it was pretty crisp and the air was clearly really, really nice. Now we've been out here for a few hours and it's getting a little bit warmer. If you were one of the pilots, would you be thinking about the density altitude and changing your starting altitude, or do you think it's still fine?
You know, that's a very good point. I think the pilots definitely are looking at that. You're exactly right. We're up to 72 degrees now versus 51 when we started this morning. Right now, the density altitude has come up to 2,521 feet from about field elevation earlier, which is around 1,281. So I would absolutely be taking that into consideration, especially depending on the aircraft I'm flying. If I'm flying a Pitts S1S, maybe not as much oomph as a 330 SC, I would look at DA as a contributing factor, because all of a sudden, all your altitudes that you've pre-planned are not working out, and then you start rushing your figures. The quality of the figures goes down. So maybe if you said you're going to start the sequence at 1,000 feet, you might rethink that and go, I'm going to start at 1,500 feet to put a little bit of a fudge factor in there. You can always bring the flight down to a comfortable level for the judges, versus once you're down at the bottom of the box, it's hard to get back up, and then you lose a lot of the speed and a lot of the smash of a very nicely flown flight.
Yeah.
So that's very, very important.
Yeah, and if you were doing this sequence and after maneuver number 4 or 5, you found yourself either a little low or a little slow or both, what would you do to try to correct that, to give yourself the energy back and maybe not flirt with the bottom of the box?
You know, there's a couple things you could do. One very quick, easy way, which is a deduction. If you realize that there's just no way to complete this flight safely, you can take a break. You can climb back up. I believe we're into a sequence of another competitor in the S1S, Mr. Mark Steward. He is flying G sequence. Into figure number 4, push half square. You can hear those flying wires singing. That's beautiful.
So fun to watch an iconic airplane like the Pitts still making its way through advanced and really doing such a great job with it here.
Oh, doing such a great job. This airplane goes back to the inception of competition aerobatics. Curtis Pitts. Marks into his double Humpty, figure number 6, get repositioned. Mark is taking a break. He got a little disoriented on the y-axis of figure number 6, so pilots are allowed to take a break. However, when you do take a break, that is a penalty point, and that leads me back to Michael was asking about trying to get some altitude back. When you pre-plan your sequence, you can find places in your sequence that if you find yourself lower in the box or out of position, there are places that you can open up figures. You might suffer a little quality in your figure to gain a few hundred feet back throughout the sequence to try to get the airplane back to target altitude gates that you have pre-planned throughout your flight to try to get that energy back for the sequence, you know, for the judges. But sometimes if you just miscalculate too bad, which is, it does happen, you just have to take a break. There's just no other way to do it to complete the flight safely and to get good figure quality. All right, as Mark comes back in, he should be starting on figure number 7. As he gets himself reoriented, figure 7 will be a hammerhead with a quarter roll up. Mark's just getting himself back where he wants to be. Figure 7 should be downwind, so Mark's in a turn. He's coming back north. Maybe he's going to fly through the box. But he should be starting figure 7 downwind, which will position him into figure number 8, which is a wheels down tail slide. Let's see where he picks it up. I'm not sure. Okay. Mark just did a full inside snap roll, not a 3/4 inside snap roll. Maybe trying to catch his bearings again. Mark's trying to catch his bearings. He's wing wagging out again. He'll come back in and give another shot. Okay, there's our wing wags. Let's see where Mark picks this back up. Okay, he's on figure 8, which is the tail slide. Marks into a 45-degree hammerhead, 2 of 4. This will be a push exit. Square loop, push square loop, full inside snap on the top. Marks in his connector figure, figure 11, setting himself up for figure 12. Double aileron roll, half loop, 3 half rolls on the top of the half loop.
This is work.
All right, coming back on.
Okay. Okay, folks, 2 pilots to go. David Taylor and Michael Lents to wrap up the 2024 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. Michael Goulian is here, along with Forrest Fox Productions. My name's Goody Thomas. 1 o'clock, unlimited 4-minute freestyle. Pilots are allowed to use smoke and music. They fly for 4 minutes, a little closer to demonstrations of capability of the aircraft and pilots' creativity. Always a lot of fun to watch. Current reigning world, multi-world time unlimited 4-minute freestyle champion Rob Holland will be on display today for anybody in the local area who wants to come out and watch. Rob and AJ Wilder just returned from Poland in the World Championships, where they did an outstanding job. And again, Rob grabbed another World Championship in the 4-minute freestyle. He'll be on display here in another hour or so. If you're at home on that couch, I guess it's coffee time's been gone, you're having a nice cold lemonade, maybe a sandwich, tune in to watch the pilots fly the 4-minute freestyle. Okay, folks, I believe got aircraft diving in. Okay, got eyes on them. David Taylor in a Giles 200, flying sequence G.
Goody, even though this Giles is just a 4-cylinder airplane, it has no trouble doing this sequence. It feels like it has lots of energy, lots of altitude control, so it's really up there competing with some of the 6-cylinder airplanes.
Yeah, David Taylor's having absolutely no problem putting this Giles through its paces. That's a very good point. Everybody back home watching, a lot of these other aircraft are much higher powered. This is only 4 cylinders versus some of the more performing airplanes do have a couple more cylinders out there, and David Taylor's putting this Giles through the paces, keeping a lot of energy throughout the flight, doing a really good job. David Taylor been in the sport for many years, served in our military. Enjoys competition aerobatics, general aviation as he comes around to the double Humpty bump.
tail slide, right? Making it slide in what we call a wheels down tail slide. Done really well. And Goody, as you've pointed out before, pendulum effect of the airplane sliding backwards and flipping through, there's no deduction for that.
No deduction. The judges are looking for any torquing of the airplane as it comes backwards. Obviously also wrong direction of slide. You know, we have the canopy down, wheels down. David demonstrated the wheels down. And also if a wing drops a few degrees right or left, the judges will deduct points. David's got 3 figures left to go in the sequence. These should be opposite rotations, which he did.
And he really seems to have found a nice rhythm and is just clicking these maneuvers off one at a time in very nice style, very good presentation, very good energy.
Wow. Sometimes you get a little, these airplanes roll very fast. Like we were talking earlier, timing is essential to stopping them. It's hard to keep up with the rate of rotation. David's keeping a nice, compact sequence. Okay, folks, David Taylor flying G. Last pilot of the day. Close out. 2024 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships, Michael Lentz flying sequence A. Michael's actually borrowing the 330 SC. Doesn't have a lot of time in the airplane, but very adaptive pilot. Michael Goodwin, have you ever had to borrow a machine that you're not as familiar with and take us through trying to adapt rather quickly and using all your skills from other aircraft, especially when having to fly lower to the ground, high performance aircraft? Is there anything that you try to do or manage to get yourself through a sequence?
Yeah, I actually had to borrow David Martin's airplane at a World Championship for an unknown. And it's quite difficult, right? You take for granted the little things like how the seat belts fit you and their positioning and what their sighting device looks like, because everybody's sighting device may be just a little bit different of how they put the yarn on the side of it or its positioning. And you know, if you're then the person you're borrowing the airplane from, all of those little things. I'm personally not somebody that does a very good job at transitioning into airplanes. I remember Patty Wagstaff has done it on a few occasions and just was really, really great at being able to jump in an airplane. I remember she got into Gene Soucy's airplane at Fond du Lac one year and just did a really great job. And so some people are bothered by it, and as I am, and some people aren't. But it is, you get so accustomed to one airplane. It's like your tennis racket or your baseball glove, right?
Right.
What's yours is yours.
That's right.
So for me, nothing more than time in the seat, and I always wanted my ailerons to be just so. And once I had set up man, for nothing with the tape on the hinges or anything. Once I had it set, it was perfect, and I never wanted to change it.
And that brings up a really interesting point about customization of airplanes, and I out of line, but have a Formula One customized foam seat built for your 330, or is that something that you've seen or you would recommend to pilots?
I did it. I had one for my Red Bull Air Race airplane.
In your Red Bulls years,
and
okay.
Then we did do one. We did a bead seat made by St. Picard seats for my extra, but I didn't like it when I was pushing, so we abandoned. Just went back to the normal seat.
It's gap sealing their hinge points of their ailerons. They add little pieces of weather stripping, give a centering. They put washers in their aircraft. More personalize it for yourself. All right, last pass. Flying a 330 SC. Sequence A.
So what you can't tell at home is the wind is starting to feel the cross. There's a breeze from our right shoulder, so I don't know if it's affected the pilots at altitude or not, but if it does, you'll see them start to sort of push that northern edge of the box boundary just a little bit. Their downwind maneuvers actually stay in the box.
Exactly right. If the competitors drive their figures more to you guys are viewing through the camera, sitting at home, they will typically to the south end of the box and of the competitor receiving penalty points for going out up exponentially.
Mike Lents, who were here watch flying today, has given so much to this through the University of North Dakota and just exposing so many young pilots to aerobatics and the IAC. It just, I think, sometimes goes unnoticed. He's sitting in the back of that decathlon a lot and coaching these guys, and we have a lot to be thankful for when we mention Mike's name. For sure.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that out, and also, you know, Michael Lentz too is behind the scenes working on sequences. He has so much knowledge of the rules, and yeah, what he's done for the university is a thankless job, and he's brought so many through the ranks in aerobatic competition. The skills that Eric you were touching on earlier, they'll carry a career, which is invaluable. As Michael Lentz comes across the bottom now, continuing in the figure 9 of a 4-point roll. Michael bringing it down nicely to the bottom. He's got a repositioning figure coming up next to set himself up for the tail slide. This is what we call a connector figure, quarter roll, and bring around the 330 SC on the vertical down to close out the pull Humpty or pull Humpty for energy for the number 13 figure, the tail slide. And one thing interesting that Michael Lents has done, if you notice, he's put slide on the y-axis where we cannot. Very clever. Okay, folks, that is a wrap for the advanced category and the 2024 U.S. National Aerobatic Championships. One fun flight left to go today around 1 o'clock here in Salina, Kansas, the 4-minute freestyle. We'd like to give our special thanks for Michael Goulian coming out and answering all your questions. Commentating on these flights. Mike brings with him so much experience in aviation, aerobatics, air show flying, and we want to thank Michael for joining us today.
Goody, yeah, thank you very much for having me. Have fun. And you and I go back a long way in aerobatic flying, and we text back and forth about it a lot. And it's one of these things that's in our blood, and it's been really fun to be here. I flew out yesterday just to be out here, and going to go back tonight, driving back home to Boston tonight around midnight, and it's one of those things. Sometimes it's a lot of effort, but when it's done, it's here with you today. Certainly. So thanks for having me, buddy.
Well, thank you so much, Michael, and look, freestyle.